Now, to do so, we are using one of our reheating stations. It's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, as the glass is radiating its heat, we use shielding paddles to protect our glass makers as they manipulate and form the glass. When we added our punty, we remove our blowpipe. So this time around, we can use a sophietta, which is almost like a metal straw that we can use to introduce more air. If you have any questions, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. Can you take pictures? Absolutely. We just ask that don't use flash. So feel free. One of my favorite places to experience the museum is the top balcony. Some of the most difficult shapes in glass tend to be the sphere, the cone, and the cylinder. Specifically the sphere, because immediately when it's wrong, I guess, your eyes immediately notice it. So oftentimes those tend to be some of the more difficult shapes. How heavy is it? I want to say more than 10 pounds. Another thing about the weight is that all the weight is on the end of the pipe, so it often feels like you're going fishing with a bowling ball on the end. Now, our pipes have been made specifically for the glass blowing process, so they're not radiating as much heat. And you'll notice that because the pipe goes from its dull gray into its shiny portion. Typically, we're not placing our hand where the rod is discolored. Welcome to the museum. Thanks for joining us. Our visiting artist is applying a little bit of frit, which is just broken colored glass, to give it some additional texture. And we can see some examples of that on our pedestal. Earlier, we used some color bar, and also we used some dichroic glass, which is almost a shiny in its nature. To ensure that the colored glass is sticking to the clear glass, we're using a hot torch. This is one of the hotter pieces of equipment here. Burns over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now there's a lot of balance of heat going on. The glass is rapidly losing its heat, so we're taking these quick heats inside of our reheating chamber. That's once again about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a balance of working on it and doing the moves that you want to do, but also ensuring that the glass is staying at a consistent temperature, not too cold where it's beginning to fracture. And colored glass is made by adding different metals. So to make like green, it's chromium or iron. To make pink glass, it's erbium or even gold. So instead of melting a solid mass of color here, we use clear glass so we have all the colors available to us, and then we can purchase colored glass from a manufacturer. So at 1 o'clock today, our visiting artist will be doing an artist lecture. So if you want to learn more about their practice and the work that they've completed here, that is a good time to tune in with us. Now, once the blowing process is complete, our next step is to place it into an annealing oven, which is a kiln on your, we'll be using one of these, on the left-hand side. It's where it's sitting at almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's where we place the glass to prevent it from being stressed out, cracking, and breaking, and it eliminates the stress over a period of time. Typically, it's about 12 hours, but depending on the thickness of the glass will dictate its length inside of the annealing oven. And every single time we open it, it's like Christmas Day. You get to see all the work you made for the day. Now a little bit of water on the end of our punty, a slight tap. One of our team members has also suited up with Kevlar gloves. And off it goes into the annealing oven. Throughout the day, we will be creating different forms similar to what we see here on our pedestal. But let's give a round of applause to our hot shop team and our visiting artists. I love that the museum we host different artists from around the globe, and it's really up to our team to translate a lot of these ideas. You'll see a lot of this communication between our visiting artists and then the gaffer. The gaffer is the person that sits in the center of the hot shop, and it's their job to facilitate a lot of these ideas. And you'll notice they just communicate about what's next. What do I want different on the next piece, and what do I want to explore? Yes. How many artists can work here at one time? I've seen this museum have like 15 glass makers down here when it's like the maestro lino, the artwork we see at the top. It's more like a production line going on. So I've seen 15 artists down here. I've also experienced a lot more. It really depends on the artist, what they want to accomplish here. Our residency program consists of our 3 teammates, our 3 hot shop members here, and if they want to bring in additional help, I have experienced that here. Bye, Queen. All right, so our process begins by collecting a little bit of clear glass from our furnace. We're holding about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and our furnace is on all year around. Now, by collecting a little bit of clear glass, we can use it to stick some of our colored glass. Our colored glass is hidden behind here inside of our garage. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's a place that we can preheat our color to prevent it from cracking. Our colored glass comes to us in a color bar form. It also comes if we crush it up in a frit or powder form, similar to what we're seeing here. By using the color bar, we get a more consistent color application, as we see on the pieces on our pedestal. If we wish to have a more of a spotted or blotchy color effect, we can break up our color bar into more like pellets of sand. After preheating a little bit, we can make our glass hot enough to drop on top of a clear bubble. We can make a little bit of color go a long way by placing it on top of a bubble and then slowly placing it around the bubble. Now, anytime you're exploring the museum, our collection, you notice that color application is consistent both at the base and the tip. It typically goes through one of these coloring applications we call the color overlay. Now, due to the qualities of glass, it will magnify the underlaying color and make it look solid, although we now know that it's just a little bit of color that is used. Huggable? I love that. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Thank you for joining us. That's a baby. That's a baby right there. That's what you cut off. Like a little cut off.
It's like a spider ass.
Well, if you're just joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a visiting artist, Kacie Lees, who's a neon artist and art educator. She's exploring narrative and history through the glass, through the phenomenon of light. On our right-hand side of our studio, we are preparing our coloring application. One of our teammates has the solid color. We place it on top of a bubble, and then we spread it evenly. Each of our ovens are at different temperatures. The one on the right-hand side where we use as to reheat, it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Right next door, we preheat our pipes to almost 1,000 degrees. And then next to that, we have our furnace where we hold our 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Typically, our process begins on the edges. We prep the color, and then it comes to the center where we complete the object. Wonderful. So after gathering a little bit of clear glass from our furnace, we shape it using different shaping tools like a wet padded newspaper and a wooden block to ensure that our mass or our bubble is going to expand evenly and symmetrically. We're looking for like a light bulb shape and not an irregular shape, which gives us more like a potato. Now we typically shape the glass a few times before we introduce air to our blowpipe to ensure that we're going to get a symmetrical bubble. Well, after preheating and applying a dichroic glass, I love this dichroic glass. It's so beautiful and has very interesting history dating back to being invented by NASA. Now, after applying it, we can squeeze down a break-off portion we call our jackline, and that's how we separate our usable art form from the steel pipe itself. The rods have been specifically made for the glass-making process. You'll notice they go from their shiny stainless steel to their dull gray. Typically, we're not placing our hands in that discolorated area. An additional shaping tool we use is our wet pad of newspaper. When we introduce air, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the glass is hotter is where it expands. And therefore, by using our wet padded newspaper, we can cool down areas we wish to remain thicker. Oftentimes, the tip of the glass, the tip of the bubble, is the first thing to enter our chamber at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit and the last thing to leave. So no matter what we do, it's that top area that will always want to expand. So we're trying to cool that area to build up heat on the back side of it, closer to where our jackline is, so we can get a nice spherical shape. Yes, it is hollow, and we are blowing to expand it. One of our teammates down here is standing by to introduce more air. When we're satisfied with our shape, the next step is to transfer it onto a different rod to finish the top side of it. So we bring over a punty, which is just a transfer rod. It's a little bit of glass from our furnace, and we want to make sure that it's strong enough as we pull and tug, but also remain weak enough to break with a little bit of water. If you have any questions, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. You can shout my name or raise your hand. One of my favorite places to experience the museum is our top balcony. Once our punty, our transfer rod, is attached, we can use a little bit of water on our break-off area, what we call our jackline, but that's our fancy glass-making term for the weak spot in our glass. And a slight tap, it breaks free. Now, since we removed our blowpipe, we also lost the ability to introduce air. So you'll notice our glassmakers using our shaping tool, the wet pad of newspaper, but then also using a soffietta to introduce more air. Now, the step we just saw is one of my favorites in the glass-making process, but it's making sure that as we turn, that we're minimizing the wobble. Oftentimes, when you attach a new punty, there's a visual wobble as you apply it, so there's a little bit of centering going on. Now, throughout the year, we host a handful of different visiting artists from around the globe. Our visiting artist program brings artists from around the world to create a new works with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. This week, our visiting artist is Kacie Lees, who is an interdisciplinary artist exploring narrative and history through the phenomenon of light. Now that our object is complete, our last step is to place it inside of our annealing oven. Our annealers are located around the museum, but today's annealing oven is the one on your left-hand side. It's sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's where we place all of our glass throughout the day, and then over a period of 12 hours, it slowly cools down to room temperature, eliminating the stress in the glass that causes it to break and crack. Well, let's give a round of applause to our Hot Shop team and our visiting artists. Coming up at the Museum of Glass later today at 1 p.m., we have an artist talk by our visiting artists. If you would like to stick around and learn more about the creative process and the residency program here. Happening later this week as well, on June 21st, the Museum of Glass has their Hot Shop Second Sale, where you can get your hands on some beautiful works of art made here at the museum. Lastly, our visiting artists program continues later this month as we host visiting artists Levi Belber and Sonia Clark. Thank you for joining us. As we see some of our examples on our pedestal, there's a little bit of dichroic glass placed along the border. And so by preheating some of this dichroic glass and rolling, we can pick up a layer of that shiny glass. Dichroic glass has a long history through NASA, which was used for spaceship or astronaut helmets. Now artists use it to introduce a sparkly and colorful effect. All right, well, I would love to introduce some of the equipment and temperature that we're working with. Our reheating station on the edge is just a little smaller than the one that we're finishing at in the center. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, sitting at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glass came from our furnace, which we hold 1,000 pounds of its molten state. Our glass has been specifically formulated for the offhand glass blowing process, which means it just stays malleable for a longer period of time. Now, as we squeeze down a break-off point, ooh, that color is gorgeous. Don't mind me. As we squeeze down our break-off, we use a tool called the jacks to create a weak spot that separates our artwork from the steel rod itself. The next step is to place a transfer rod to begin to work on the opposite side. Now, the color that we're seeing here is similar to the color effect on our piece on our pedestal. Our coloring application is among one of the first things that we do, but color is made by adding different metal oxides. If you want a blue glass, we can add cobalt. Green glass is made by adding chromium and iron, and pink and red glass can be made by adding erbium and gold. Now, oftentimes, glass blowing has a very misleading name because we're not always blowing air through a blowpipe. But when we do, we're only blowing about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. And typically, when someone is introducing air, they'll sit on the opposite side of the glass on our little bench. Our rod is like a large metal straw. Now that our transfer rod has been added, we can add a little bit of water onto the break-off area, and a slight tap, it breaks free. Now, each year, the Museum of Glass hosts a handful of different visiting artists. Our visiting artist program brings artists from around the world to create new works with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. Our visiting artist today is an interdisciplinary artist exploring nature and history through the phenomenon of light. We have some of the work that we will be producing on our edges, on our pedestals. And our visiting artist is also the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden nature of light via the craft of neon art. Some of our works of art will later be attached to an electrode, and neon will be pumped inside. If you'd like to learn more about their practice, you can visit their website at kacielees.com. Well, since we broke off our blowpipe, we lost an ability to introduce air. But one thing we can use is a soffietta, which is a metal straw with a cone flare at the end. And we can continue to apply glass. You'll notice we're also using our wet padded newspaper to control and shape the material. Oftentimes, it's that tip area, the top half, that is absorbing the most amount of energy. Now, our transfer rod is also taking a lot of heat away from the material. And oftentimes, it's the first place that the glass begins to get stressed. So we're using a propane torch, which we call a fluffy torch, about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, no, 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, to reintroduce some of that heat to that area. Again, it's that steel rod that is stealing a lot of the heat of the glass. Now that our object is complete, the last step is to eliminate any of the stress in the glass that causes it to break and crack simply because it went from its molten state at 2,100 degrees to its room temperature. So to eliminate the stress, we're using our annealers, which are on the edges of the museum, sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit. And over the period of 12 hours, it cools down, eliminating the stress in that glass, although that timing depends on the thickness of the material. A little bit of water and a tap, and our art piece breaks free. Off it goes into the annealer. Now let's give a round of applause to our Hot Shop staff and our visiting artists for joining us today. Coming up at the Museum of Glass, we have an artist lecture here today in our amphitheater at 1 o'clock. Hope to see you all here later today. And then later on, the Museum of Glass on June 21st hosts its Hot Shop second sale, where you can acquire some beautiful handmade art from our Hot Shop team. Don't forget to join us live through our live stream on our website at museumofglass.org. Our Visiting Artist program continues later on this month as we host visiting artists Levi Belber and Sonia Clark. Yes. How do we make the globes with flowers inside? I'm not entirely sure which piece specifically you're speaking of. Oh, are they paperweights, solid glass? Yes, so those are vacuum encased pieces. So they're made out of soft glass. All the pieces are made out of torch, like the bugs and the flowers, and then they're placed into a film similar to the black one that we see down here. And there's a vacuum inside of it, and so as they place the glass, they also use a crystal glass, which tends to be more viscous, so it flows. They get it really hot, and as they're placing it, they're vacuuming out all the air that allows the glass to not look like there's bubbling. There's bubbles. It's an incredible process, and there's a lot of pioneers in that field. If you have any questions about our process today, my name is David. I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience. The color that we're working with is similar to the one on our pedestal, this almost ombre effect of color. The coloring application begins on the right-hand side, and we gather a few layers of our molten material from our furnace, and then afterwards we place it on the center where we will complete the blowing process. Welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Thank you for joining us today. We're working on a piece very similar to the piece on our pedestal, similar color pattern, and in addition to some of the dichroic glass around its border. We're using a handful of different shaping tools, from our wooden block to our wet padded newspaper, to control how our bubble is expanding. As we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance. You'll notice one of our MOG team members is introducing some air. We're only using about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. So it's not a ton of air. It's more dependent on the heat of the glass. To introduce more heat, we're using our reheating stations. It is powered by natural gas and forced air, about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, similar to the one on the right-hand side. Another of our shaping tools is a paddle, a wooden paddle. We tend to use more like cherry woods that have more moisture and don't burn as much in our studio. Alongside our steel tools, rubbed in beeswax to prevent any scratching and scarring on the surface. Now in this process, as we apply pressure to produce a flat bottom, we're almost deflating our glass here, so we like to place our finger or our palm over the blowpipe to prevent any of the collapse. Well, a handful of things have just occurred. Using a hot torch, burns about 4,500 degrees, it being one of the hottest pieces of equipment on our shop floor, to create a small opening on the bottom half. At the same time, another team member has gathered some glass from our clear furnace to create a transfer rod so we can break off the rod we have now and begin to work on the opposite side. At the same time that this is going on, our visiting artist, Kacie Lees, on our right-hand side, is beginning to unload the annealer that was used yesterday. So as a glassmaker, I like to say every day is like Christmas because you get to open up the annealer and for the first time hold the artwork that was made the previous day. Today we're using the annealer on your left-hand side where we will slowly cool down all the artwork that's produced today. Now we're making a handful of different exquisite forms that our visiting artists will later use in their practice. Some of these forms will be pumped with neon. Now, our Visiting Artists program brings artists from around the world to create new works with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. This week, our visiting artist, Kacie Lees, has been working on a handful of different beautiful objects, or something similar, and a lot of them is the use of dichroic glass. Our visiting artist is an interdisciplinary artist exploring narrative and history through the phenomenon of light. She is also the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden narrative of light via the craft of neon bending. It's now time to begin to work on the opposite end. So we've introduced a little heat onto our new transfer rod. We're looking for enough stability, but also remain weak enough to break free with a slight tap. Now that our new handle is placed, we can apply water to our break-off area we made earlier, and a slight tap, it can release from its previous working rod. Well, we would like to thank all of our lovely members in the audience. Thank you so much for supporting the Museum of Glass. Today you selected a wonderful day as we host a visiting artist. Today is their last day here at the Museum of Glass, but later today we will be having an artist lecture at 1 p.m. in our auditorium. Our transfer rod that we added was also a blowpipe, so by closing off the top, we can still begin to introduce air if we'd like. If you have any questions about today's demonstration, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of glass working, including its history. I love history. I'm a big history nerd. Now, some of the shaping tools that we use is our wet pad of a newspaper. Also, some of our steel tools that run on beeswax. In this case, we're blowing a little bit of air. As one of our teammates introduced air, we use about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle, so it's not a ton. It's mainly more about the heat of the glass. To introduce heat, we're using our reheating station directly in front of us. It's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Another one of our tools we use to introduce heat to a specific area is our propane torch, which we call our fluffy torch. It's about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, typically, the tip of the glass is the first thing to enter our reheating station and the last thing to leave. So no matter what we do, it's the tip of the glass that will always be hotter. Therefore, that's an area that we tend to cool down more to prevent it from just expanding at a rapid pace. There's a lot of heat control going on. The glass is radiating quite a lot of heat, so we're using wooden paddles to shield our team member from the radiating heat. Some of the heat protective layers that we can wear are long sleeves or even a Kevlar sleeve. Typically, we try to stay away from gloves. They oftentimes restrict our movement in our hands. How much does that weigh? An excellent question. I would guess around 10 pounds or so, although that may be on the lighter side. We can't forget that it's all located on the end of the rod, so it feels like you're going fishing with a bowling ball on the end. £2, straight from our team member. This color is just gorgeous. And just as a pointer, the color we're working with is similar to the one on this piece. We see a handful of different color effects and ombre effect going on. But at this temperature, the glass will look a little bit different than its true color. But once cooled, it will look similar to this sphere on our pedestal. Typically, the bright red and orange is where the glass is often its hottest. And once again, it tends to be on the point or the tip of the glass. Oh, are we restricted to a certain size? Absolutely. So it depends on how much glass we gather. I believe this was only 2 gathers on top, so we are pushing the thinness of it. If we blow too much, that piece would get too thin and easily collapse. So it depends on how much glass you gather. In addition to our equipment that we have here, we have some of the largest equipment on this coast. The reheating station standing directly behind this shield is large enough that I can fit inside here. And it's one of the largest ones in the States. And the one in the center is quite large too. There's different doors that we can open to accommodate its sizing. So I would say we are limited to by the size of the equipment that we are using. Are we limited by the weight? We have a professional team. We have a handful of different instruments that they can use. Preferably, we want to keep something light so we're not breaking our back, but there is ways, if a visiting artist wants to make something large and heavy, there is ways we can accomplish that.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Do you have any questions that I can answer? Wonderful. You just enjoyed the Museum of Glass. One of my favorite places to experience the museum is the top balcony of the museum. We have some beautiful artworks by the maestro and just a lovely sight. You're more than welcome to take as many photos as you like. We just ask that you turn off the flash. If you have questions about the pieces in the galleries as well, I'm more than happy to explain some of the processes that occurred to create some of that work. If you begin to see smoke or fire coming from our steel tools, that is often some of the beeswax that we're using to minimize any scarring that may occur. Yes. What is the Wonderful question. What is the purpose of using the torch instead of just using our reheating station? So our reheating station at 2300 degrees Fahrenheit just makes everything hot. Specifically the tip, since it's the first thing to enter, the last thing to leave. In this case, Sarah wants to work directly behind that area. So she's using the propane torch at 2500 degrees exactly to spot heat the area she wishes to manipulate. Now, some of those shaping tools is the wet pad and newspaper, as well as our steel tools. Welcome to the museum. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Our wet pad and newspaper sometimes dries up and starts to burn, so we apply a little bit more water. That's in the little jar or container here. Our reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. Once again, the temperature about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. That piece of equipment is turned off at night, and it takes about 1 hour to preheat to its current temperature. So glass making typically begins 1 hour before our doors even open. Our equipment's already turned on and prep for the day's work. Now, the wooden paddles that we use are typically made out of a fruit wood. We prefer like a cherry wood that contains more moisture. It lasts longer in the studio. In addition, it smells like a barbecue when it is burnt. But we use it to create flat sides, but as well to shield our team members from the radiating heat. If you're just joining us, the color that we're working with is similar to the sphere you see on your right-hand side on our pedestal, and its true color will come back once cooled down. Yesterday's work is sitting inside of our annealing oven on your right-hand side, and throughout the day we will be bringing out some of this artwork onto our carts, onto our pedestal for our audience to visualize. Today's artwork will be going into the annealer on the opposite side, on your left-hand side. And the annealing oven eliminates the stress in the glass that causes it to break and crack simply because it's going from its molten state to room temperature, and we need to slow that rate down. Depending on the thickness, will dictate its timing set inside of the annealer. For this glass, 12 hours is perfectly fine, but for like the Hubble telescope glass, that glass is cooled down for months on end. Well, it looks like the blowing process is complete on this piece, which means it's now time to place it into our cooling oven. Once again, we just introduced that oven. It'll cool down overnight, about 12 and a half hours. As we prepare to break off our form from our pipe, we preheat the area that the glass and the rod meet one another. That area is oftentimes prone to breaking simply because the steel rod is stealing a lot of heat from the glass. So by preheating that area, we're looking for a little bit of slight movement, which is the key sign that this piece is ready to be broken free. Using a little bit of Kevlar gloves, a little bit of water on our break-off area we made earlier, and a tap, the glass will release at its weakest point. What a wonderful job by our team and our visiting artists here today that will later today host a visit or an artist talk. here in our studio at 1 p.m. Now, our visiting artist, Kacie Lee, is an interdisciplinary artist exploring narrative and history through the phenomenon of light. They are also the author of a Neon Primer and Handbook on Light Construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden narrative of light via the craft of neon bending. Our visiting artist program hosts artists from across the globe, and it brings artists to create new works of art with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. Coming up at the Museum of Glass, we have two visiting artists later this month with Levi Belber and Sonia Clark. In a few weeks as well, the Museum of Glass will host its second glass sale on June 21st, where you have an opportunity to snag some beautiful hand-blown glass art from down here at the Hot Shop. All right, so we're going to transition off to our next piece, similar to what we experience here. Again, the Museum of Glass hosts visiting artists from everywhere, and it's up to our team to translate their ideas into our glass form. Our visiting artist is a neon worker, and some of these objects that are produced will later be pumped with a neon. So by adding a tube, later on an electrode can be added. If you have any questions about our process or our team, my name is David. Welcome, everyone. And I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience working with art. Our process begins with a little bit of color throughout the duration of this residency. We've been working with a handful of color, but today's color is this almost ombre effect of color, which holds a handful of different color striations. And color is made by adding different metals into clear glass. To create green glass, we can add chromium or iron. Blue glass can be made by adding cobalt. And finally, red or black glass can be made by adding manganese. A little bit of manganese produces purple glass. And finally, my favorite colors, reds and pinks, that can be made by adding erbium and gold. Now, sure, we could melt colored glass here at the Museum of Glass. We can add that gold and erbium inside of our furnace, but then we would be stuck with 1,000 pounds of that molten material. So instead of melting colored glass, we melt clear glass, so then we have the ability to use all the colors from the manufacturer, and they themselves have dedicated furnace to melting each color. Our color comes to us in a color bar form. When you see or you experience the museum's collection and you notice the color layer is consistent, it's not blotchy, it's even both at the tip and the base, that material or that color is introduced via color bar. We can purchase these at all different colors of the rainbow. Here at the museum, we have a small library of different colors available to our artists. Either way, when they've selected their colors that they would like to use, we place them inside of our garage, which is this temporary oven. It just preheats our color to prevent it from breaking and cracking when it's applied to the hot glass. So we take our color bar. Our teammate Trent down here has picked up that color bar, begin to shape it. At the same time that our color bar is being heated up, on the right-hand side, we have Gabe, another member of our Hot Shop staff, gathered a little bit of glass and created a small bubble. Once we let that bubble cool down, Trent, with the color bar, will preheat that very hot and place it on top of the bubble, and then Gabe will spread it evenly around the bubble. Oftentimes, when you experience our collection, it may look like solid color, but in reality, it's just a little bit of color, and due to the qualities of glass, it can magnify that underlying color and make it look solid. But now we know, it's just a little lie. Just a little bit of color goes a long way. Well, our visiting artist, Kacie Lee's on our right-hand side, beginning to unload our annealer that we used yesterday. I like to say that when you're working with glass, every day is like a Christmas day, because once you open that annealer, you get to finally hold the artwork that was created. But as she mentioned, we are working on the form similar to on our Marver, on our steel metal table, I should say, with similar coloring application. Our coloring application begins on the edges, and then eventually we will move to the center of our studio, where we will introduce the blowing process and the sculpting process as well. Our temperatures of our ovens are very similar. The key difference is the one in the center is a lot larger, but they are powered by natural gas forced air, sitting about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glass material itself is coming from our furnace. Here, one of our team members is getting ready to gather some of the glass. Our steel rods are made out of a stainless steel alloy. And you'll notice that it goes from its shiny stainless steel to its dull gray. Typically, we place our hands on the shiny area where it's not too hot. But if the heat does creep up, we use some of these pipe coolers that you see along the edges of the museum. As we see in our example project, there's actually two different colors that were applied. First, we applied this beautiful color. I'm not too sure what to call it, but I keep calling it an ombre because it just looks gorgeous. And then a secondary color will be similar to the gray you see on the left-hand side. And this is how we can apply multiple color layers to create different hues of color. As we continue our demonstration, we would like to thank all of our museum members. Thank you for supporting the Museum of Glass. And of course, all of our visitors who took their time out of their day to join us on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Oh, it's definitely getting spicy down here on our hot shop floor, but a great place, and my personal favorite place to experience the museum is always the top balcony. Well, for this coloring application, we're going to split it up to 2 bubbles. One bubble will become our color cup. There we go. I was looking for the term. So on the right-hand side, Gabe is making a color cup. In the center, we're getting ready with our next color, that grayish color. And then our cup will eventually be broken free. And then Sarah will come over and place the hot glass inside of that color. And that's how we can have 2 colors or an ombre effect emerging onto one single piece. So once again, on the right-hand side, we're making a color cup. In the center, we're making the core that will be placed inside of the color cup. Well, we are getting closer to joining both of our colors together. As we're completing the cup on this side of the studio, in the center, Sarah's going to begin to gather the necessary amount of glass to fill the cup. And the way you determine how much glass you need to fill the cup is just through experience. I've definitely learned that the hard way. Typically, after every gather, we follow some of these same steps of using our wooden block to evenly distribute the hot glass around the bubble. We want to make sure we have a Q-tip shape and not an irregular shape like a potato that will give us an irregular bubble shape. Is the box down here some form of annealer? Yes, similar. It is a box sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We call the garage. We just temporarily park the glass there. And it's a place where we can just hold the glass off for a moment until we're ready to use it. Some artists use these to make a bunch of parts for their demonstration, fill up the annealer, and then utilizing them. It is also where we have all of today's color we wish to use. And this oven or annealer is turned off at night. It takes about 1 hour to heat up to its 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's also a great place to cook some pizzas and your lunch. So is the person in the center the leader of the team? Absolutely. You got it right on the money. So in our glassmaking terms, we call the gaffer. That just means that they're person in charge. And they are directly working with our visiting artists. You'll notice the communication going on between them to facilitate the ideas that we'll be making. And then Sarah can break down that information to the rest of the team. But there should only be one chef in the kitchen, right? So letting them set the pace and the tone for what we're going to be making and how we're going to be making, which is most importantly. The color cup application is one of my favorite. It's such a beautiful way to get two different hues kind of emerging on a single object. As you experience the Museum of Glass and you notice that the tip may be blue and the top or the bottom might be red or different forms of color, and you're wondering, how do they get those two different colors working opposing to each other? This is the technique that we will experience shortly. Sitting inside of our garage, our temporary oven, there's also a little metal stand. We'll bring out, we'll place it on the ground, and wherever that is placed is where the coloring application will be completed. Glass making, we can break it up to different phases or stages. Our first one is coloring application. After the coloring application, we can work on facilitating the idea. All right, a few big cuts on our transfer rod. Sharp edges are more prone to breaking, so by using shears, we can create some of those weak spots. A slight tap, and the color application continues. It's very fascinating to sometimes experience just the time and the effort it takes to put two opposing colors together in a single object. And depending on the size of the piece will dictate how large that color cup is and also the core that gets placed inside. You're fine, Queen. Utilizing our steel table, we can seal both color layers together. And once that is sealed, we can begin to introduce more air into our form. The form that we will be producing for this object is the one that holds in his hands with a similar coloring application, the color cup holding one color on the top and a separate gray color on the bottom half. Oftentimes the color cup at the tip has a little bit of leftover clear glass from the transfer. And so one thing we want to do is just get rid of that little nubby of clear. As the process continues, one of our teammates, in this case Gabe, will be hanging out on this side of the studio or the bench area in preparation to introduce air through the blowpipe. We're blowing about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. It's not a lot of air, but it's more dependent on how hot the glass is. If you blow very, very hard when the bubble is cold, nothing's going to happen. But as long as that glass is very hot, its malleable state, even a whisper will expand the glass tremendously.
Oh, no, it's fine. I just keep roaming. You're fine, Queen. I'll make it work.
In addition to the coloring layers, we're applying a layer or a thin strip of this dichroic glass that is very shiny and reflective. The dichroic glass has history from the space race and from NASA. It's some very beautiful glass. If you get a chance to come down here and experience it, it has a lot of reflective qualities. When we introduce air, it takes the path of least resistance, so wherever it's really hotter. So we're using our wet padded newspaper to control exactly where the glass is going to expand. So by cooling off the tip, we can cause the bubble to expand towards the waist side, the place closest to the rod. And that's one way we control how the bubble is expanding. After this piece is complete, around 1 o'clock, we will be having an artist lecture with our visiting artists. If you're interested in learning more about their process and the projects as we hosted them here at the museum, you can learn more during that artist lecture. Once again, it will be going on inside of here in our amphitheater. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name, and I'm more than happy to share some of my knowledge of the process. The next step going on is we're going to transfer it onto a new working rod. Oh, puntettas, okay. Scratch that. We're just going to be adding this, essentially a little bit of glass to pull the glass out, so to create some of these extremities from our object. So on your left-hand side, you'll notice these points, these extremities that are added. So that's going to be created with a little bit of glass that's going to be cold. We're going to preheat the bubble, and hot glass likes to stick to anything that's mildly hot. So by attaching that little rod, we can pull and create extremities and points. Okay, wonderful question. What's going on with the clear glass that's being placed back into the buckets? So we like to recycle some of our material here. So if it's clear glass and it hasn't touched the ground, we specifically place it in a different bucket, and then that can be placed back into our furnace to later be reused. Unfortunately, if it touches the ground or it has color, we don't recycle that material. Our clear glass has been formulated specifically for offhand glass making. All that means is that it will stay malleable at this temperature for a longer period of time. Unlike Snapple glass or mass-produced glass that rapidly loses its heat. Our visiting artist, Kacie Lees, is a neon artist and art educator, exploring nature and history through the phenomenon of light. She is the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden nature of light via the craft of neon art bending. After our demonstration, they will be having an artist lecture here. If you would like to learn more about their process and the residency this week here at the museum, I encourage y'all to stick around. That will be happening after our demonstration. This time around, instead of pulling the glass, we're preheating areas and sucking in some of the heat to give additional depth. Well, next up is to add a transfer rod to begin to work on the opposite side. So by adding a puntee and breaking it free from its previous rod, we can switch its orientation. The object that we're making here today, or for this demonstration, is similar to my side down here with a similar coloring effect and also dichroic pattern. Its true color is distorted by its heat, but once cooled down, will look similar to what's on the cart. As we see on our example down on our cart, we can see a little bit of frit that's being applied. So by preheating the area, we can attach some more additional color layers. Ooh, so what are we doing with the torching and adding these bits? All right, so even on this one, we see a little bit of orange, a little bit of additional dichro that's being added. So we're torching the spot that we want to add a small bit of glass. Hot glass likes to stick to anything relatively warm, so as long as we preheat it, we can attach it with tweezers. At the same time that that's going on, there's a balance of heat. So Sarah, our gaffer, working in the center, it's their job to complete the object that our visiting artist has in mind. And so she's also torching the area that's most prone to breaking, which is where the glass and the rod meet one another. We call that the moil, and that area is the most prone to breaking. So we're playing with a little balance game, preheating the area. We want the frit, the crushed up glass, to go, as well as preheating the area that's most prone to breaking. The chamber that we're using to maintain our temperatures is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. We're just taking these quick heats, we call a flash, which is about 10 seconds, 5 seconds or so, and it's just to maintain the malleability of the material. That chamber will get everything hot, and oftentimes we don't need everything hot. We just want a nice balanced heat. The object that we're creating today, very similar to the object our visiting artist, Kacie Lee, has in their hands. The coloring will look similar. Once it's cooled down, it's just due to the intense temperature that we're working with that changes its coloring appearance. Now that we are complete with our object, we've added the final touches. The last step is to place it inside of the annealer, which is located on your left-hand side of the museum. It's sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's used to eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break, expand, or break and crack due to the intense temperature of going from its furnace temperature at 2100 to room temperature. So that oven will eliminate the stress that causes it to break and crack. Off it goes to the annealer. It'll cool down overnight, 12.5 hours. Now let's give a round of applause to our hot shop staff and our visiting artists. Coming up next, just shortly after a small segue, our visiting artists will have a lecture down here, so hopefully you will join us then. That will be happening momentarily after a little switch. We once again thank you, everyone, for joining us here at the Museum of Glass. Special shout out to our museum members. Thank you so much for your support. Coming up at the museum, we have a handful of visiting artists later on this month, including Levi Belber and Sonia Clark. And lastly, our hot shop is hosting their second sale on June 21st, where you can support the museum and acquire some beautiful hand-blown glass by our hot shop staff. Thank you, everyone.
My name's Kacie Lees, and I'm based in Chicago, Illinois.
That's a really not stretched out one. This neutral gray, it's transparent neutral gray, so it's kind of meant to be stretched out a little bit, right? Or thinned out a little bit.
I'm a neon artist and educator at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and NYU, and I teach the craft of bending neon lights. So, this June, as the Sheldon Levin Memorial Visiting Artist at the Museum of Glass, I'm working on a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. These are meditations on matter. They're kind of a contained chaos at a huggable scale. I come from the neon world, so light has always been a part of my practice. We've put tubulation on them so that we can introduce them to the neon lab and fill them with gases so that we can turn them into vessels full of plasma, which is the fourth state of matter. Okay. There's another track where these works become light sculptures and modulate the light through their shaping and color. We are working with a very sparkly aventurine color. That's this pond and blue selection that has just this like eternal sparkle that goes back in time, and fading that out. We're working a lot with fades between neutral grays and opalescent whites. And there's a very special dichroic frit. There's a black dichroic frit and a clear dichroic frit that are giving a super sparkly galactic feel to the works. The technique is to use a cold punty and pull out from the hot glass to make these little jet forms. And then we're also doing these sucked in areas. Time and gravity play a big role in this collection, not only as a source of conceptual ideation, but in the act of shaping and collaborating with the glass's material properties. Blowing glass is a constant response to gravity. There's this law of conservation in physics that states matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. And to me, that is art. Reshaping and recycling matter by using the energy of our bodies, like that is the foundation of art for me.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Susan. I'm Curator of Education here at the Museum of Glass, and it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Kacie. And that video was a super introduction to your work. Thank you, AV. Serena, Cole, thank you. They do these wonderful videos for each of our artists in residence. And as you heard, this is a Sheldon Levine Memorial Residency. And Sheldon was a docent and MC here from 2002 to 2015. And he had degrees in nuclear physics. And he worked at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard and specialized in underwater acoustics. And what an honor it was to have him working here. And he helped us create our school program, Science of Art, which teaches the intermingling of science of art in an interdisciplinary fashion, as is revealed on the hot shop floor. So this is a perfect residency for you to be honored under. And I'll be brief because that video was so explanatory. But Kacie is an impassioned and dedicated scholar specializing in neon fabrication, whose opulent site-specific installations elucidate nature and history through the ineffable phenomena of light. And she has an amazing little book that explains it all in our shop. It's really great. She teaches innovative and media-rich neon courses at prominent cultural institutions throughout the United States, including New York University, the School of Art Institute of Chicago, and the Museum of Neon Art in LA, with research focused on the intricate physics of light and innovative learning methodologies. Kacie's professional work and classroom objectives synergize to form learning environments where exploration and creativity know no bounds. I think that really hits it on the head. Thank you. It's so great to have you here. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future in our Science of Art program. Yes. Yay.
So much. Yay. Oh, right. Microphone. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you for coming to my artist talk today. I put together some slides of my work that kind of got me here, and some work in the past year that really led to the creation of the work we're doing on the hot shop floor. So this is a processing video at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles, and it kind of gives you an overview of a speedy overview of the technical components and actions going into processing neon work. Besides the bending part, there's the processing part and then also the installation part. And I feel there's some similarities in the hot shop. There's the blowing part, and then there's the cold working part, and then there's the installation part too. So you kind of need a bunch of different brains to make this work come together. Here's another video from the Museum of Neon Art, kind of showing some of the technical elements of attaching electrodes. And this is what some of the pieces here will be filled with. We'll attach the electrodes and we'll fill the vessels with gas instead of just a uniform tube. We're going to fill the entire shape and vessel with pressurized gas. This is a local photo from Western Neon School of Art in the Soto district, working with Dani Kaes and Will Kirtley and Dylan Newworth, making kind of a graduated neon sign that's 10 feet long. It was the longest sign I'd ever made at that time, and it still is the longest sign I've ever made. A little picture from NYU this last semester. I like to give my students no limitations on how many neon units they can process. It's really up to you and what your project desires and how much energy you want to give to the craft. And I feel like that reciprocates out. This long kind of worm-footed guy on the left was one of my favorites from this semester. Here at the Art Institute of the School of the Art Institute of Chicago is where I teach the most. And we really get into elements of gravity and playing with scale. And are we hanging it? Are we wall mounting it? Are we floating it? Anything you can imagine, we'll figure out a way to do it. I think I'm most known for this book, which is Neon Primer. It's everything I know about neon in one book. The first edition was coil bound, and I hand screen printed all 200 pages of it, 100 copies. The book itself has fluorescent ink in it. It also has black ink. That's it throughout the whole book. So it's an interaction with light just in the process of using color in the printing technique. There's also, it breaks down neon as simply as I can make it, because it's not easy, but, you practice and you know a lot more every day that you work on it. So for this book, we have step-by-step guides and then fold-out posters and patterns that you can just rip right out of the book and use in the studio. Also, it's a little maybe small to see on this screen, but this is a fold-out of the entire shop envisioned as a community table, so separated by the stages of production. So the first section is bending, the second section is processing, the third section is aging, and the fourth section is packing and shipping. Oh, great. And really localizing it, the images and print ephemera from the production of the book were on display here in the Sheben's Reimagining. I'm going to butcher that name. Re-envisioning neon education, a riff off of that. But it was really special because Lynette built this viewing box to kind of see the mind around production while I was making the book, and all of these things that just live in a little box unless we get to display them. A lot of times when I am asked to participate in neon exhibitions, if it's a neon show, there's already a lot of neon in it, right? They got 5 artists, 5 different neon pieces. So I'm always kind of thinking about how to use these materials in ways that we're not familiar with. So this is my big blank wall. And when you saw this at the exhibition, you walk in and you go, oh, cool, they forgot to hang something there. It's a big, empty, dark, lit wall. But what happens is you use a UV light that's hanging over on the left there, and you can find this hidden action painting. The painting is made out of phosphors. It's the inside coating of clear glass neon tubing, and phosphors are just powdered rocks. So different rocks glow different colors under UV light. So what I did was I took those phosphors, I suspended them in gel medium, and I did an action painting all over this wall, so you can kind of find different moments of color when you drag the UV light across the wall. Most recently, I had an exhibition at Urban Glass in downtown Brooklyn. This is from the outside. It's called Primordial Nucleosynthesis, and it's a lot about what I'm interested in from learning about neon production and learning the origins of space and time and kind of simplifying the elements in neon production. It just taught me so much about space, and I learned about physics and kind of early illustrations of the cosmos and kind of how we got to our current understanding. One of the pieces I want to talk about is inspired by, does anyone know this image? It's from the James Webb Space Telescope from, I think, 2022. They found a galaxy that looks like a question mark, and I was like, oh, I love that. I gotta do something about that. So I took that image, and I printed it out, and I went to the metal shop, and I started to forge, I think it's half-inch steel rod over flame. It very much mimics the process of neon. You strategically heat a section, bend it, and let it cool and take its shape. So that became this form to suspend neon on. And so that was in the show. This green is like a sneaky, creepy, bright green, even though there's no mercury in it, which usually makes the signs very, very bright. This one was luminous, seemed to be on its own. And then that's the print from the metal shop floor. So it's got some scratches and stuff on it, but that's what I like about it. And then I'm going to talk about that piece in the middle that's standing on the pedestal with the legs. It's inspired by William Herschel's map of the Milky Way galaxy. I think it's from 1785. So we're looking at this display, observed from Earth. So our sun is that central dark star. I have a pointer. There. It's right there. That's our sun. And then these are all other suns that are in the galaxy. And these are smaller stars around it. So in turning that piece into a piece of metal, there was a lot of illustrator work tracing the big stars, tracing the funny little shapes that are tiny stars, and then working with the plasma cutter at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago to cut out this big metal shape and then fit the neon to the metal. I mean, you could go either way, neon first, metal second, but it made more sense for me to kind of wiggle that neon around the metal shape. And at first I was playing with kind of a double layer of color, like drawing from oil slicks and kind of that that chaos that happens between water and floating oil and landing on this singular outline piece that was in the show. So that is all the topic and material that kind of got me to this residency, and that's my last slide. Thank you. Thanks for checking it out. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts? Oh yeah.
How long a section of tube can you bend at a time comfortably and get what you're looking for?
The question was, how long of a section of tube can you bend at a time and get what you're looking for? Great question. It's strategic in the way that the max you can really get is on a ribbon burner that's about 18 to 20 inches. And the majority of bends that you're doing are really only going to be 2 inches at a time, especially with lettering, because you're making a piece of tubing go to the back. So you're just heating a little section, and then you're nudging it over, and then you're dropping it a little bit. And so much is very similar to glass blowing. in relation to time and gravity, but specifically time, because if you go right back in, it's going to collapse on you, and you got to find that sweet spot, and that just, it takes time. It doesn't take forever. I think what's misleading about neon is that you need 10 years to be good at it. It's like, maybe if you're doing someone else's work, but if you're finding your own way in neon, I mean, we're doing that in a week, we're getting there, and there's just only 3 skills that you need to know. So just practicing those 3 skills over and over again gets you where your drawings can go, and it's just an endless source. You can make anything, any kind of like line drawing. So bringing in the volume with these forms is otherworldly to me. Hopefully otherworldly, right? That's kind of the idea. Any thoughts or questions? Yes, ma'am? Yeah, it's totally different. I was like, yeah, if you guys want to like faux set up like me doing some rolling on the bench and stuff, so it looks like I'm doing it. And within like 20 minutes, I was like, oh my God, I'm not even gonna fake it. It's just like they're such professionals, and they know exactly what they're doing, and they can kind of feel that weight of gravity, and they can see a few steps ahead in glass. And I can do that in neon, and they really don't. The skills don't translate. I'd love to learn. I've played once, and I made like the world's ugliest flower, and my aunt loves it, so bless her heart. But it's another dedication, and I mean the staff here has been working for 23 years, 15 years, just perfecting their craft, and I'm so totally blessed that they are sharing their thoughts and feelings with me along the way, because they could be great at it and be like, oh yeah, it doesn't work like that, oh, it doesn't, we don't want to do that, but it's like, they're like, have you tried this? Like, let's get this color. So a lot of this like magic is absolutely coming from the staff here, the super talented staff that's able to produce everything. Go Sarah and Gabe and Serena and Trent and just freaking everybody, and Kristen, and I mean, it's just a whole working system here, and it's a team sport. I think the main difference is neon, you can do all by yourself, and it can be fast. You bend your sign, you pump it, 2 hours later, you're done. No, this is 4 people at a time, 3 to 4 people, and then you got to let it cool overnight, and there's just so much anticipation, and there's like so much excitement. And so, yeah, we've been revealing today, like, these guys came out yesterday. These guys are, like, heavy because of my interest in the optical properties. Sarah Gilbert was saying to start working with some thick glass, so that we can see the shadow of the frit on the surface of the interior ball. And then this incredible translucent color that it goes from blue to like orange, depending on certain lights. I mean, it's just majestic. So kind of just overlapping these optical properties to make something that you can stare into and get lost in, I think, is the main objective. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes, ma'am. Sure, the question is, so you're going to put neon in them? Yes. Let me pull from the examples here. Oh, I don't have any with tubes. It looks very similar to what we're working on for the rest of today, which is kind of another form of this shape, but it has a little bit of a tubulation on the end. Like so. And then this part will get an electrode. So depending on how closely I want to place the electrode, it'll be a single-ended electrode with a tubulation that gets connected to the manifold. And when you're working with vessels as opposed to tubing, tubing heats evenly with an electrical current. And because there's so much variety in this shape, and there's not a lot of variety in thickness because professionals are bending this very incredibly. But because it is a vessel and it has some variation, it's going to need to be put in the kiln to warm up to remove impurities. So once the impurities are heated out of the glass and vacuumed out of the glass, we suck out as much air as we can in that space, heat up the electrode so that the electrode releases its impurities, and then we slip just a little bit of gas in there, and it'll spread out in the low pressure environment. And then when you introduce an electrical current, since it's a single electrode, the course of electricity doesn't know where to go. In a two-electrode system, like a tube, the current goes from one electrode and it finds the other electrode, which is the metallic point. So in a shape like this, the current will go up and destabilize and try to find a way to connect kind of like through the air outside of the vessel. So it'll jump around a bunch. And if you go to touch it, it's going to ground to you. So you are water body and an electric body. So the current is like, I'm just going to go through you. But what's great is glass is an insulator, so that's going to protect the current from jumping out and zapping you or shocking you or something like that. And with the metallic elements in these pieces, I'm really excited. I was a little worried. I was like, ooh, should I not put dichroic frit because it has kind of metallic bases, and this blue color is a metallic color. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't. But I just asked my friends at Do Plasma, and they go, nah, that'll probably look cool. So I was like, all right, let's do it, you know? Yeah. Any questions? Any further thoughts? Cool. Well, thank you all for coming and checking out my talk. If you have any questions, I'm on the internet at kacielees.com. I have Kacie Lees on Instagram. Very easy to find. I keep it simple. kacielees@gmail.com. Tell me what's up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's a little different, and I kind of don't know why. But some of these pieces have glow-in-the-dark powder enveloped in their layers. So when you add a UV light to it, or we'll see what happens with the argon carries a little bit of a UV current too. So if I pump these with a mixture of argon and krypton, it might light up this kind of like ghosty Milky Way trail of luminescent phosphors under there too. So this piece has some phosphors in it, and because the ambient light in this room, I wouldn't say it's super bright, but it's a little too bright to show off as a vivid example. But there's some phosphorescent powder in here that lights up, and I think we saw that in the video too, which is awesome. I'm glad they got that shot in there. And it'll stay lit for a little while because it's holding the energy of the UV light, and then it's releasing it slowly at a different rate. And also on these pieces, we're kind of doing some technique that I like to call frit applique. So Sarah heats up a little hot spot on the glass, and then I use tweezers to place like a big chunky piece of frit, just to give it a lot more texture and a lot more variety. And I think what you can't get out of neon is color shifting, and you can't get texture. So the ability to get into color and texture with the blown forms is endlessly inspiring to me. Cool. Ah, yes. My book is upstairs at the gift store. Neon Primer. I think I brought like 15, 20 copies, so if you are interested, it's a little black cover book. Sometimes it's right here. Oh, there we go. Cool. And it's everything I know about neon. It's the same as that screen printed book, but it's a print on demand book that didn't take me 3 months to physically print. So it's a little bit more readily available. Cool. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the hot shot will be back in about an hour. They're going to have a quick lunch break. So check us out again. Thank you so much for being here.
the matching shirts. Those are adorable. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Oh, absolutely. We also have some hydration station as you enter on your right-hand side. One of my favorite places to experience the museum is always this top balcony. Yeah, we have some beautiful artwork made by the maestro, Lino. Now, today's a very special day since we have a visiting artist. Now, our visiting artist program here supports artists from around the world to create new works with the help of our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonders of artists as they explore new directions in their practice. To introduce our visiting artists, we're going to have a short Meet the Artist video on our big screen as we prepare for our next demonstration.
My name's Kacie Lees, and I'm based in Chicago, Illinois.
That's a really not stretched out one. This neutral gray, it's transparent neutral gray, so it's kind of meant to be stretched out a little bit, right? Or thinned out a little bit.
I'm a neon artist and educator at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and NYU, and I teach the craft of bending neon lights. This June, as the Sheldon Levin Memorial Visiting Artist at the Museum of Glass, I'm working on a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. These are meditations on matter. They're kind of a contained chaos at a huggable scale. I come from the neon world, so light has always been a part of my practice. We've put tubulation on them so that we can introduce them to the neon lab and fill them with gases so that we can turn them into vessels full of plasma, which is the fourth state of matter. Okay. There's another track where these works become light sculptures and modulate the light through their shaping and color. We are working with a very sparkly aventurine color. That's this pond and blue selection that has just this like eternal sparkle that goes back in time, and fading that out. We're working a lot with fades between neutral grays and opalescent whites. And there's a very special dichroic frit. There's a black dichroic frit and a clear dichroic frit that are giving a super sparkly galactic feel to the works. The technique is to use a cold punty and pull out from the hot glass to make these little jet forms, and then we're also doing these sucked in areas. Time and gravity play a big role in this collection, not only as a source of conceptual ideation, but in the act of shaping and collaborating with the glass's material properties. Blowing glass is a constant response to gravity. There's this law of conservation in physics that states matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. And to me, that is art. Reshaping and recycling matter by using the energy of our bodies, like that is the foundation of art for me.
As our visiting artist joins us in the hot shop floor, I'll make sure to point them out when they get to our studio floor. But let's begin our glassmaking demonstration. For our next demo, we're going to be working on objects similar to what we see on our pedestals, utilizing different colors and introducing different shapes. Our process begins with the coloring application. Ooh, this one's just gorgeous. I love that color. Okay, taking a step back, our color is introduced by adding color bar. Now, just a moment ago, one of our teammates picked up a little bit of the solid color. We heated it up and placed it on top of a bubble. That's happening on the right-hand side, but eventually the action will make its way down to the center. Now the color is heated up using our reheating stations. We have a handful of these different chambers. The one we're utilizing now is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have an unlimited amount of times we can use our reheating station. The glass itself is coming to us from our furnaces. We have 2 of these furnaces, and we'll get a diagram on our big screen. But as we open this door, there just sits a giant pot of hot glass, slightly colder than our reheating stations at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Unlike the previous reheating chambers, these are turned off, or this one isn't turned off at night. You have a question? What's up?
Are there any safety concerns with just leaving it on 24/7?
Are there any safety concerns with just leaving it on all year around? There's a lot of safety. The question, is there any safety concerns for leaving the chamber or the furnaces on 24/7, 365 days a year? No, there's a lot of safety systems put into place for these chambers and for these furnaces.
Is there like an emergency kill?
Oh, is there an emergency like shut-off valve? Absolutely. They are found on the edges of the museum. Fascinating. Yeah, there's seismic meters, so if there's a little bit of movement going on in here, the gas will automatically shut off. These pieces of equipment can be shipped to pretty much to any country because they meet all safety standards. They go above and beyond. Well, my name is David. I'm your educator here today. If you have any questions or comments or want to know the history of glass, just shout my name or raise your hand, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. Welcome, everyone. All right, so we learned where the hot glass was coming from. You'll notice in glassmaking, we oftentimes just hang out and wait. We're waiting for the glass to stabilize so we can gather more material and maintain control of that mass. Depending on what we're making will dictate the amount of gathers or collections of material we take. I don't have a pencil pad on me right now. Okay. We'll just play by ear. You got this. Well, after each gather, a shaping tool we utilize for our material is a wooden block. We often tend to use fruit woods like cherry wood because they contain more moisture. Now we're looking for an even, consistent light bulb shape to create a symmetrical object. We want to minimize an irregular shape like a potato, since that will give us more of a potato shape. Well, our team member Gabe is gathering our next layer of material. Our glass we have in our furnaces have specifically been made for the offhand glass blowing process here today. It stays malleable for a longer period of time at its 2100 degree temperature. The rods that we're utilizing have also been specifically made for the offhand process. You'll notice they go from their shininess to their dull gray and black. Typically, we keep our hands away from the discoloration, but when it does creep up in heat, we go to the edges where we have pipe coolers. On the edges, we typically begin the coloring and the first few gathers. After that, the process moves down to the center with our gaffer, Sarah, who's taking a seat at the center. And they work directly with our visiting artist to create the work that we're making here today. We're going to be making a spherical shape similar to this one, but with the color that we see on this piece down here. The chambers are identical to the ones on the side. Simply the one in the center is a little bit larger. What are the blowing rods made out of? They're made out of a stainless steel alloy, and the tip specifically is made out of a stainless steel that is similar for like spacecrafts. So it's a very high intensive stainless steel. Another shaping tool we utilize is a wet pad of a newspaper. When we introduce air through the blowpipe, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the glass is hotter is where it will expand. Oftentimes, due to the nature of the reheating chamber, the tip of the glass is the first thing to enter, the last thing to leave, so it will often be the hottest point. Therefore, we're using the wet padded newspaper to cool down that area to get more of a symmetrical shape. Another detail we are adding to our material is the use of dichroic glass along the hemisphere. This glass has a rich history in NASA, but it creates a very colorful colored speckles. Now, this is a little bit of the teamwork aspect of glass making. As we paper and cool down the area, someone is standing by or sitting by to introduce air. We're using about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. It's dependent more on the heat of the glass than how hard you blow. Now, throughout the year, we host a handful of different visiting artists. But today is a very special week with our neon artist and art educator, Kacie Lees. Also, the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden nature of light via the craft of neon bending. You have any questions? Wonderful. Yes. That shaping tool we're using is just Wall Street Journal newspaper folded up. No. Nope, it's just straight newspaper. depending on the glass maker too, it's like depending on their sheets. Some glass makers prefer 7 sheets, some prefer 13. It's all personal preference. Absolutely, you're welcome. Once again, our shaping tools that we use range, but one of my favorite ones is the wet pad of newspaper. All artists and glass makers, some prefer a few amount of sheets, while some prefer like 13, and it's all personal preference. And we can begin to see our color begin to emerge simply due to its temperature. It will often look discolored. But the color that we're working with is similar to this object down here. Now the next step is to begin to work on the opposite side. We're making an object similar to your right-hand side on our pedestals down here, these spherical shapes. We've also added that dichroic glass along the hemisphere, and it's now time to begin to work on the opposite edge. So you'll notice there's a little bit of glass right here. That is our puntee or our transfer rod, which we have added now. We will then add water to our weak spot, our jack line we made earlier, and a slight tap, the glass releases at its weakest point. Do you have any questions? Wonderful. Well, the last step we take is to place our finished piece inside of the annealer, the oven on your left-hand side, that eliminates the stress in glass that causes it to break due to the nature that it was in its molten state back down to room temperature. So we slowly eliminate the stress in the glass by cooling it overnight. Let's give our team a round of applause alongside our visiting artists for joining us this week. Now, as we are an artist studio, that's what makes this museum so rapidly different and unique, is you get to see the creative process emerge. Sarah, our gaffer, takes a seat at the center, and our visiting artists oftentimes communicate through each individual piece, and then that information is broken down among everyone else. So they're preparing for the next piece already, and I'll give you a glimpse into what that looks like throughout our demonstration. As we continue our demonstration, we like to give a special shout out to everyone here for joining us. Thank you for supporting the Museum of Glass alongside our members here at the museum. Coming up at the museum, June 21st, we have our Hot Shop Second Sale, where you can own some of the hand-blown glass that's been created here in our Hot Shop studio. Don't forget, you can always join us live through our live stream on our website. And coming up, our next visiting artist arriving at the museum is Levi Belber and Sonia Clark. Our visiting artist program brings artists from around the world to create new works with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. We're so glad you all can join us here today, where we can fuel your curiosity, ignite exciting ideas, and discover new ways of being creative. This week, our visiting artist is a neon artist and art educator exploring nature and history through the phenomenon of light. She is a lecturer at the School of Art in Chicago. And some of the forms that we produce today will later be pumped with neon. So a noble gas would be added later. My name is David. If you have any questions about about the glass making process and history, I'm more than happy to share my knowledge. Ooh, a puppy. How cute. Well, our process begins on the sides of the museum with a coloring application, and later on moved on to the center. Well, thank you everyone for joining us at the museum. We have a visiting artist today, and we will introduce them through a video on our big screen here shortly. But just as a heads up, we are working on some irregular forms going into a mold made out of newspaper down here. So we're preparing our mass. We've also applied a layer of this dichroic glass, which is this very shimmery, shiny, reflective qualities. It is so gorgeous. So if you get a chance, I do highly recommend checking out this dichroic glass that we're rolling into. Okay. I have to remember that for my repertoire. Well, the Museum of Glass is getting heated up. It is quite spicy in here today. We have complimentary water when you enter the cone on your right-hand side. Please, everyone, stay hydrated. Oh, our crowd just got larger. Hello, everyone. Welcome for joining us. I see they are all our members, so thank you so much for your support here of the Museum of Glass. We have a visiting artist here today, Kacie Lees, and on this next project, they're adding a tube here, which later on an electrode will be added, and then it can be filled with a noble glass to become a neon art. This is very fascinating in the forefront of neon working and glass making. So it's very fascinating. Here at the museum, we host different visiting artists from across the globe to work with our hot shop staff, which facilitates some of their ideas they have into works of art. Now, through a residency, one piece is kept here for our permanent collection. Now, our visiting artist is a neon and art educator exploring nature and history through the phenomenon of light. They are also the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden nature of light via the craft of neon bending. We have a copy of it around here. I lied. We don't have a copy around here. But next up, after our piece is done, now that we've added the tubing to it, and again, an electrode will be added later on. Once it's tap-free, it's going to be placed in the annealing oven down here. Just as a heads up, when we open this door, it's going to get a little spicy. You're more than welcome to hang out there, but be prepared for a little bit of heat rising. It makes its way onto the annealer, where it will cool down overnight. Depending on the thickness of the glass, dictates its length inside of the annealer. There goes the spicy air, and there goes our beautiful piece of art. Let's give a round of applause to our museum team and our visiting artist. If you have any questions about our process, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience working with glass. As we begin our next piece, I can introduce our pieces of equipment that we utilize in the creation of the glass making process. Now we have 3 members, part of our full-time staff here, of our hot shop staff. And there can only be one chef in the kitchen. So you'll notice that our visiting artist works closely with one of our glass makers, and they facilitate those ideas to the rest of the team. We begin with the coloring application. On your left-hand side, we have a garage, which is a temporary oven. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we've selected the color we wish to use throughout the day. The color comes to us in a bar form or solid color. If we break this up, we can get more of a splotchy sand effect. So as you experience and explore the museum, you'll notice some pieces have a consistent coloring effect, both at the tip and the top, similar to the piece on your left-hand side, and the opalescent clear or opalescent white glass on your right-hand side. That is a sign that we use color bar. In addition, you'll notice some of these objects have sandy almost effect or color splotches. That is created by using frit. And I'll introduce that a little bit later. But our color bar is heated up as one of our teammates, Trent down here, has a color on the end of the rod. Although it looks red and orange, its true color will come back once it's cooled down. An example of the color that we're utilizing today can be found on our cart here, which will be the spherical shaped one. So that's the color that we will be using, but its true color will come back into play later on. To apply the color, we get our glass hot enough using the reheating station at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, powered by natural gas and forced air. Once the color is hot enough, we can splice a small amount onto a clear bubble, which is down here on a blowpipe. As you explore the museum and our artworks, you'll notice that oftentimes the color may look solid, but in reality, it's just due to the nature of the clear glass on top that captures and magnifies that underlaying color. One of my favorite places to explore the museum is the top balcony, where we have some artwork by the maestro Lino, but as well an inside look into the glassmaking process, and it is a lot spicier up there as well. Don't forget to stay hydrated, as we have complimentary water on the right side of the museum as you enter the cone. Do you have any questions I could answer? How do we make big glass? That's a fantastic question. So the way we make something larger or bigger is we gather more glass from our furnace. Here in a little bit, Gabe, our teammate here, will gather more material from the furnace, and he can repeat this process until he has enough glass. One gather of glass is big enough to make maybe a small cup. 2 gathers, we can make vessels. 3 gathers are more pieces. And again, depending on how large the artist wants something, will dictate the amount of gathers we take. Absolutely. Wonderful question. Well, our demonstration will continue as planned, but our apologies for our misfunction of some of our equipment. It is the first hot day here at the museum, so when it gets spicy like this, sometimes we just gotta flow with things. Once again, we sincere apology, but we want to thank you all for just joining us and tuning in with us through the live glass making demonstration. What's going on down here? Excellent question. Now, to create some irregular forms and shapes, we go into a mold that's made out of newspaper. So just wadded up newspaper to create some of these irregular shapes in glass. Again, just stuffed with wet newspaper inside and a little bit of paddles for tension. Now we have a handful of different torches at different temperatures. Directly in front of us, our reheating stations are about 2,300 degrees. The handheld torch that Sarah's using is well over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, making it one of the hottest pieces of equipment in the studio. It is powered by propane and oxygen. There we go. Took a moment, but we got it. When we're using our reheating station, we have an unlimited amount of time. But typically, the longer we stay in there, the more brighter in turn that glass will get. In addition, that the tip of the glass, which is the first thing to enter, the last thing to leave, will always be the hottest. So oftentimes, that's the area that wants to expand. Therefore, we use maybe some tools to cool down that area. Now, this form will later be attached to a tubing of glass, and then later on, an electrode can be welded on, then to be filled with a natural or a noble gas for a neon piece. Each noble gas will produce a different color. Oh, that's the colors. Yes. Yeah, I don't know exactly which color produces which one, but I do know each one, when it's excited with a lot of energy, will produce a different color.
And that's a different color of neon you're talking about,
yes.
Right? Okay.
So our visiting artist is actually the author of Neon Primer, which is a handbook on light construction. So if you have some of these questions about neons, those can be answered in her book, which is also in the collection of the Corning Museum of Glass. If you would like to learn more about our visiting artist, you can check out her website at kacielees.com, where she has her books and some like pins and stickers and even neon equipment available for sale. Next in our process comes to transfer the piece onto its next working rod. So by attaching it on the bottom half, we can remove our previous steel rod by adding a little bit of water onto the break-off area we created earlier. With a slight tap, the glass will release at its weakest point. A wonderfully added detail to these objects is the use of dichroic glass, which has the ability to reflect and refract different colors. So if you take a close inspection of the work on the pedestal, you'll notice some of that dichroic material. Now, our visiting artist is Kacie Lees is a neon artist and art educator, exploring narrative and history through the phenomenon of light. These objects, as I mentioned earlier, with the clear tubing ad, will later be added with an electrode and then filled with a noble gas to produce a neon effect. Our visiting artist is also the author of Neon Primer. It is a book about light construction and educational texts, illuminating the hidden nature of light through the craft process of neon bending. Our object is now complete with a little torching on the bottom, cleans up any sharp edges, and on its way it goes to the annealing oven, which is sitting on your left-hand side. Let's try that again. Let's give a round of applause to our visiting artist and our team here. Great job. Right on. So let's explain this process real quickly. The glass began at its molten state at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The reheating chambers we're using are approximately 2300 degrees. We place it inside of this oven to eliminate the stress that causes it to break, crack, or even explode. So that will slowly cool down over 12 and a half hours, but it's all dictated on the thickness of the glass. The thicker the glass, the longer the cycle is. Same thing, run it back once more. So as we go throughout the process, my name is David. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. You can shout my name, you can raise your hand, say hey, and I can come right on over to explain some of the questions that you may have. Earlier, we were asked about the molten material and how does it come, the glass itself. So we fill up our glass inside of our furnaces. We have two of these holding 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside a crucible. Our glass is specifically formulated for the process you see, which is a offhand glass making, which means it just stays hotter at this temperature and more malleable for a longer period of time. Unlike most mass manufactured glass that are in like Coke bottles or even Sprite, all that glass that is made rapidly to lose its heat, our glasses would be on the opposite side of that spectrum. To begin, we gather a small amount on a blowpipe. At the same time, our team member on the left has gathered glass and stabbed up a little bit of color. As you explore the museum in our collection, you'll notice that some glass looks consistent in its nature, the opacity and the density of that color. Oftentimes we get asked, is that a solid color? One way we can introduce color is by the color bar. The color bar is dense and saturated. Artists have a handful of selected colors to choose from. By melting a small amount, placing it on top of a bubble and spreading it evenly, due to the nature of clear glass, it will magnify and capture that color and make it look solid. Although we now know that it's just a little bit of color that goes a long way. Here at the museum, we could melt solid color. Color is made by adding different metals. Chromium and iron produce green glass. Manganese produces purple glass. And then a ton of manganese produces black glass. Other colors like red and pink are made by adding gold and even erbium, which make them some of the more expensive on the color palette. Once heated up, that color bar is placed on top, and now it's up to Gabe to spread that color layer evenly. The color that we're working with will be similar to this sphere down on our cart. But throughout the process, it will just look red and orange until quite the very end. When it's stabilized and cooled down, we will begin to see hues of this ombre color. Another question we often get asked is, how do you make something larger? To make something bigger, we repeat the process of gathering glass until we have enough material. Oftentimes, when there's a little bit of colored glass left over, not enough to make another object, we can play around with it. And one of those objects we like to make to practice our skill is like little handmade or hand-pulled ponies and swans and smaller objects like that. Very traditional shape and often seen on the island of Murano, but it's one way we can just practice our skill. After every gather, we often use a shaping block called a wooden block, which is made out of a fruit wood due to its moisture. It lasts longer, and when we do, it smells like a barbecue, which is always an added bonus. Using our wooden block, we're ensuring that we spread the heat and the material around the bubble evenly to ensure we get a bulbous shape and not an irregular shape like a potato. No potato bubbles here. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Eventually, the process will move on to the center of the studio where our gaffer, which means the head person that's in charge of translating the ideas from our visiting artists to the finished object. There can only be one chef in the kitchen, as I like to say. So that person will ensure that everybody's on the same page. And you'll see often our gaffer, which in this case is Sarah, communicating directly with our visiting artist. Well, we love to give a special shout out to everyone joining us here. Thank you so much for supporting the Museum of Glass, and especially our members, all our members out in the crowd. Thank you so much for being part of our little family as we ignite your creativity and discover new ways of being creative. For our demonstration, we're going to be creating an irregular object. So by taking a final layer of hot glass, we will later shape and then place inside of this block bucket that's in the center of our studio that is filled with newspaper, just wet newspaper. Our pipes are made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a poor conductor of heat, but oftentimes that heat does build up. After all, the furnace is at 2,100 degrees. So on this side, as we can see, we use a little bit of just cold water to cool the pipe down. These pipes, actually, the very tip of it, that stainless steel, is the same metal used for like spaceships. So it's a very poor conductor of heat. Just like last time, we're using our wooden block to evenly distribute the heat and the glass around the bubble, allowing it to expand evenly. An added detail is the use of dichroic glass, which reflects and refracts different colors. And if you get a chance, I highly recommend checking out the dichroic glass. It has a long and rich history during the space race with NASA. Yes, you're more than welcome to take as many photos as you like. We just ask that you turn off the flash. One of my favorite places to experience the museum and some of the best photos is from the top balcony. And once again, we created a crevice using wet wads of newspaper. Yeah, the Museum of Glass is really just an insight into the practice of working artists, which makes this museum very unique. Now, this piece of equipment is the hottest thing on our hot shop floor, burning at over 4,000 degrees and a mixture between oxygen and propane. Do you have any questions I can answer? One of our questions was, is our visiting artist here? Yes, they are walking around. Wonderful. If you'd like to learn more about them, they have a website at CaseyLees.com where they have their book and also different pins, glass pins, neon pins. Again, they are a neon artist and art educator. Now, they are an interdisciplinary artist exploring nature and the history through the phenomenon of light. The objects that we're creating right now, we will place a clear tubing of glass that's the same size as an electrode, and then this object will be filled with a noble gas to give it its neon effect. Hello, welcome. Wonder if I see your members, so thank you so much for supporting the museum. Now, our visiting artist is also the author of Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction, which is an educational text illuminating the hidden nature of light via the craft of neon bending. This book actually just recently archived at the Corning Museum of Glass. If you're just joining us for the first time, I'd like to introduce our Visiting Artist programs, which brings artists around the world to create new works with our Hot Shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. I like to say that this is really a glimpse into the artistic practice of evolution. Throughout this month, we have a handful of different visiting artists. Later on this month, in June 11th, we have Levi Belber. And then June 18th through the 22nd, we have Sonia Clark. Each of our visiting artists bring different ideas, and it's up to our team to translate some of those ideas and fabricate them out of glass. We just added a transfer rod, which we call a punty. That's our fancy terminology for, hey, a new rod. So we can begin to work on the opposite side. We'll close that area down, and then later on attach our tubing of glass. That's once again the same diameter and sizing as the electrode that will be welded on. It's okay. We'll see some of that welding of these objects throughout the process. It seems like we're going to skip that process for this one next. It is getting quite spicy down here at the Hot Shop. Once again, we have complimentary water on your right-hand side when you enter the museum. Please stay hydrated, everyone. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name. My name is David. I'm more than happy. What are we making? Oh, wonderful time for joining us. We are making some of these objects down here. Some of them are irregular, as we see down our examples. If you'd like to come down here, I highly recommend it, where you can get a closer view to the objects that we're creating. And we are working with a visiting artist this week. Today's their last day of a 5-day residency, working with our Hot Shop staff. Throughout the year, we host a handful of different visiting artists, and it's up to our team working directly with our visiting artists to translate their ideas into the material. Yes, absolutely. I agree. That is just stunning. Now that the glass object has begun to stabilize, especially at the top balcony, you can begin to see that striation and ombre effect of the color. That's just gorgeous, just pretty. The next step is to place it inside of our annealing oven on the left-hand side, where it will slowly cool over 12 and a half hours to eliminate the stress that causes it to crack. A little torching on the bottom cleans up any sharp edges, and off it goes to the annealing oven, sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's give a round of applause to our hot shop staff and our visiting artists. Our demonstrations continue until 5 o'clock, where our team will continue to translate different ideas and iterations that our visiting artist has for the objects they wish to create today. Coming up at the Museum of Glass later on, we have our Hot Shop second sale occurring June 21st, where you can own some beautiful hand-blown glass made down here at the museum. Don't forget, you can always tune in through our live stream on our website, and you can always check out what's going on down at the Museum of Glass. Coming up, we have visiting artists Levi Belber and Sonia Clark, as our team continues to translate different ideas from artists across the globe. We want to give a special shout out to the museum sponsors, Tacoma Arts Commission, Tacoma Creates, Arts Fund, and the Chlorofine Foundation. And special thanks to our audience here today for just stopping by this beautiful, spicy Sunday and hanging out with us. And another special thank you to all of our museum members. Thank you for supporting and being part of our museum family. Oh, yes, sir. As we kind of hang up here to the top balcony, always my favorite area to hang out. We'll take an in-depth look of what's going on in this area. We have a kiln. It's approximately 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's where we load up all the color we wish to use throughout the day. The color comes to us in a bar form, and we must preheat it before we activate it or use it for our demonstration. Depending how dense, how large the piece is will dictate the amount of color bar. Absolutely. It's always my pleasure. If you have questions, please feel free to shout my name or just raise your hand, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge. It doesn't really matter what color we work with. It will always look red and orange due to this heat, but towards the end of the project, you'll begin to see a glimpse of its true color. And once again, it's very important to stay hydrated here in our studio as it really heats up. We have complimentary water on your right-hand side as you enter the Museum of Glass. But let's learn more about our visiting artists as we introduce them with a Meet the Artist video on our big screen.
My name's Kacie Lees, and I'm based in Chicago, Illinois.
That's a really not stretched out one. This neutral gray, it's transparent neutral gray, so it's kind of meant to be stretched out a little bit, right? Or thinned out a little bit.
I'm a neon artist and educator at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and NYU, and I teach the craft of bending neon lights. This June, as the Sheldon Levin Memorial Visiting Artist at the Museum of Glass, I'm working on a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. These are meditations on matter. They're kind of a contained chaos at a huggable scale. I come from the neon world, so light has always been a part of my practice. we've put tubulation on them so that we can introduce them to the neon lab and fill them with gases so that we can turn them into vessels full of plasma, which is the fourth state of matter. Okay. There's another track where these works become light sculptures and modulate the light through their shaping and color. We are working with a very sparkly aventurine color. That's this pond and blue selection that has just this like eternal sparkle that goes back in time, and fading that out. We're working a lot with fades between neutral grays and opalescent whites. And there's a very special dichroic frit. There's a black dichroic frit and a clear dichroic frit that are giving a super sparkly galactic feel to the works. The technique is to use a cold punty and pull out from the hot glass to make these little jet forms, and then we're also doing these sucked in areas. Time and gravity play a big role in this collection, not only as a source of conceptual ideation, but in the act of shaping and collaborating with the glass's material properties. Blowing glass is a constant response to gravity. There's this law of conservation in physics that states matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. And to me, that is art. Reshaping and recycling matter by using the energy of our bodies, like that is the foundation of art for me.
Special shout out to our AV crew, crushing it, doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. All right, so since we've moved on to the center of our hot shop, we can introduce some of the temperatures and the equipment that we are working with. Our reheating station, so the one with the round opening, is currently reheating the glass, powered by natural gas and forced air. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's hotter than our furnace. On our big screen, we'll introduce a diagram of the furnace, which is where all the hot glass is being kept. The key difference between the furnace and the reheating station is that the furnace is on all year around. Also powered by natural gas and forced air, behind the doors lies a crucible filled with hot molten material. The glass that we're utilizing and charging our furnace is made specifically for the offhand process you experience here today, which stays malleable at a longer time compared to mass manufactured glass. We have a handful of different shaping tools to assist us throughout the blowing process. A wet pad of newspaper could be used to control how and where the glass is expanding, as well as the introduction of air. Throughout the process, you'll notice one of our teammates taking a seat on the opposite end, and they're introducing air, about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. It's often more about the temperature of the glass than how hard you blow. How often do we fill the furnace with molten glass? Wonderful question. So it's all dependent on the visiting artist and how much glass they are utilizing throughout the residency. Oftentimes, we have two of them, so we alternate between using them. I would say when they're about halfway down is when we begin to charge it with more glass. Our glass comes to us as a batch form, which is just all the ingredients, soda, lime glass, which is all the broken up components of that, and we fill it filled with glass. Here we see the teamwork. One team member introduces air. Our gaffer, Sarah, works very closely with our visiting artists to translate and facilitate the ideas that they have into the object. The main tool we use is our jacks, which use a little bit of beeswax to prevent us from scratching, scarring the surface. And it's also utilized to produce a waste point, which we call the jack line that separates the usable glass from the steel rod. As we continue our demonstration, we'd like to thank all of our lovely and beautiful visitors for supporting the Museum of Glass. And of course, our members that are out in the audience, thank you so much for supporting the museum and being part of our family. I'm always very fascinated by the construction of the museum. It's just so fascinating. At the very top, we have a fan that accelerates the hot air rising. Historically, there has been studios built like this with a cone just to facilitate the hot air. But the influence to this museum actually came from the logging industry that used to scatter our Foss waterway. So this is one way that they would burn like the trimmings. And that's where this cone design was influenced by. But although it is serendipitous that there was and has been studios built like this before. Now that our object is complete, the last step is to place it inside of our annealer, which is the oven to your left-hand side, sitting at 890 degrees. It will cool down overnight to eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break. What a wonderful job by our hot shop staff. The ideas coming from our visiting artists. Let's give them a round of applause for a wonderful job. Our visiting artist program brings artists from around the world to create new works with our hot shop team, creating a sense of excitement and wonder as artists explore new directions in their practice. Here at the museum, we are here to facilitate, inspire, ignite exciting ideas, and discover new ways of being creative. Coming up here at the museum, we have our Hot Shop Second Sale occurring June 21st, where you have the opportunity to acquire some beautiful hand-blown glass by our Hot Shop staff. Once again, occurring June 21st, you can join us for our Hot Shop Second Sale. Don't forget that everything on the big screen is live streamed through our website, where you can tune in, check out what's going on at the Museum of Glass before your visit. We have a handful of visiting artists to close out this summer. Later this month, from June 11th and the 13th, we have Levi Belber. Followed by June 18th through the 22nd, we have Sonia Clark. The Museum of Glass is presented to you by the Tacoma Arts Commission, Tacoma Creates, Arts Fund, and the Chlorophine Foundation. with special acknowledgement to everyone who's visited the Museum of Glass here on this lovely Sunday, and of course, our museum members.